Buenos días a...
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats.
Bueno, pues...
Well, thank you, everyone, for being here with us today, this morning. I would like to thank, in particular, clearly, the delegation from the European Commission and the Office of the European Delegation in Madrid for hosting this event today. We feel at home, and we have to thank you for having always your doors open to enable us to discuss about European matters and to promote the integration that is so dear to us all. And I would also like to thank the Secretary of State for the European Union, the support for this event, as well as the delegation and the office, the Bureau of the Parliament. And also, I would like to thank all our speakers who have been so kind to join us here today. We are going to have a few opening remarks, and then we will be able to listen to Minister José Manuel Albares, who will address us before we formally start with the two panels that we have foreseen for today. In the first one, we would like to deepen into the aspects that are more related to the competitiveness and the concurrency within the market, both inwards and outwards, and we would like also to deepen into the challenges that we are facing at the moment. So, and for this panel, we will have Joaquín Almunia, who is the Vice President of the European Commission. We also have Mr. Boretinskins of Neighbour Governance and the member of the Committee of the Internal Market and Consumer Protection. We will also have the participation from the business sector and our Minister of Industry present here today as well, and this will be moderated by Tobias Gerke. In the second panel, we will deal with the internal market gender aspects, and we also have the luck of having with us the ex-Prime Minister of Italy, who is in charge of delivering a report on the challenges of the European Union at the moment. We also have Soraya Rodriguez, and we also have our first-line speakers with representatives from the civil society. And we will be not only looking into the past and celebrating the successes of the single market, but also which is the backbone of the European Union, sometimes invisible, but as necessary as the air that we breathe. And also, we will like to look forward, to look into the future, to gather the ideas from all the participants, so that in the coming months of the Spanish presidency, that we can convey to our political representatives the legislation agenda that we want to promote from Spain within the European arena, where we can put into value all these ideas. And if you have heard the President's speech, there are many challenges ahead of us, and we want to give a coordinated and united response to these challenges. So without further ado, I will leave the floor to the director of the Parliament Bureau in Madrid.
Buenos días a todos. Muchísimas gracias.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today here. Ignacio Torreblanca just mentioned that there is a president from the president who has had to change the event he was attending today. So I thank you in particular for being here today, or especially for being here with us today to discuss the backbone of the European project. We have the biggest market in the world with 467 million consumers, and if we look at the perspectives of expanding our market, as pointed out by Ursula von der Leyen yesterday, in the coming decades, we could also be including the citizens from the Western Balkans, even from Georgia and other countries of the area. We would be talking about 500 million inhabitants. So the single market is celebrating its 30th birthday this year, and although it creates a lot of employment and many benefits in the internal side, there are many challenges and many difficulties that we have to face, such as the pandemic that we derived from the pandemic that we had a few years back. But there are also external challenges, such as the difficulties in the supply chains and the energy supply, and the provision of many raw materials that are necessary, as well as the questioning of the rules of the game, which are putting a lot of pressure on our single market. So the Commission determined that there are several barriers to the trans-border activities, and I'm sure that Lucas will refer to this. In May 2022, we decided to deepen into this single market. In 2023, we have adopted an important resolution on the 30th birthday of the single market, calling up on a renewed commitment for this single market in specific areas such as the digital market, telecommunications, and others. We have seen this in the past week with the voting, where there was a green light for the reform of the electrical market within the European Union, which would have been unthinkable of many years ago, a few years ago. Also in the State of the Union debate, we saw that we are in the face of a new important challenge to deal with a more fragmented, hostile environment, and especially more subsidized by the greatest powers. Ursula von der Leyen, the president, talked about the support of the electrical vehicle in China. And I'm sure these and other topics will be the center of our debates today. And I want to thank all the institutions and all the figures that are here supporting this event. And I will leave the floor to Lucas, the Deputy Director of the European Commission here. Good morning, President, Vice President, authorities, and welcome all to the House of Europe. As Ignacio was saying and María was saying, this is the house of all European citizens. We are dealing with a topic today that is what we have mentioned, called the crown jewel very often. This was born 30 years ago, but this was not a one-day event. This has been taking place over the years, and throughout the years this has been built and is being built on a continuous basis, and it is a success. It's the single integrated market, the biggest single integrated market in the world. The GDP of the European percent is between 8 and 9% higher, thanks to the benefits provided by this single market. We tend to discuss if a single European policy might benefit this or that country, but when it comes to the single market, well, this that I just mentioned happens often with the CAP, with the CAP, and many other policies. But the single market is something that is beneficial for all state members, both for those who are net contributors and those who aren't. As I have said, we have seen all the milestones throughout these 30 years, and right now we are at a cross path and at a very important turning point for the European Union as well as the single market. Often, the existential problem of the European Union is discussed, is talked about, and I would like to touch on 2 points before I leave the floor to the Minister. There there are two topics that I would like to highlight that are on the table at the moment. The first one is clearly the competitiveness. Ursula von der Leyen mentioned this recently. We have been talking about this and the answers that we need to provide in order to protect and improve the European industry in the face of external aggressions. Clearly, this is a topic that is a core concern for Spain as within the presidency of the European Union. And there's a second matter that is a key element for us for this year, which is the topic of the skills, the competences that we need to promote in the face of a new scenario that we are living in. And this is why this is the European Year of Skills and Competences. We need to improve these. We need to reinforce these. And this also involves innovation. The investment in innovation is around 2.26%, which is clearly not enough. And also we need to discuss the external dimension of the single market, which has to do with the way we establish our relations, our trade relationships with third countries, and the investments that we are currently doing in order to reinforce this internal market. We could mention, for instance, the global gateway that will be discussed in the ECOFIN in Santiago. And without further ado, I want to wish you great success in the panels today, and I'm sure that the ideas coming out from these panels will be very important and valuable for the improvement of the single market looking forward. And I will leave the floor now to Minister José Manuel Albares, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be able to inaugurate this event regarding the 30 years of the single market, a look into the future. This gives us the opportunity of thinking about these 30 years that we have lived with this single market, but also because I think that we are looking, we are taking this outlook on the single market at a very difficult time. I see many good friends have gathered here today, and that pleases me. This event has been organized within a program, the framework of a program that deals with different European topics, that reflects the joint effort that Spain wants to have join with the involvement of different representatives of the civil society, think tanks, and others, because we think that the presidency of the European Union is a national project where we need to all be involved. And we also need to open a debate where Spanish people, European people can deal with important matters for us all. We also have Enrico Letta with us here today. I want to thank him in particular, and I want to also highlight the hard work that he has done and the important work that he has done on reflecting about European matters. We are facing one of the most difficult times for Europe in the past 30 years. This context is mainly determined by an unjustified aggression from Russia on Ukraine that has incredible consequences from an economic, social, and humanitarian viewpoint. We need to have proposals that are really up to the challenges that we are facing, and these challenges are have another side to them that is for them to become opportunities for Europe. If we cooperate with our partners, with allies around the world, we need to also work to improve the competitiveness of our industry and of the SMEs, and we need to support them and accompany the digital transition, the environmental transition that is clearly unavoidable. And all this we need to do without leaving the citizens behind. If we talk about citizens' rights, values, if we talk about a sustainable
y de su mercado único.
Life form, citizens are clearly at the core of our priorities, and for us, the slogan for our presidency is a closer Europe, closer to the citizens, closer to their wishes and their expectations. And this is the reflection that we want to push forward during this meeting, during this event, when we reflect about the 30th anniversary of the single market, and when we think about the future. The single market, I think we can all agree, is one of the main successes of the European Union. It's a real cornerstone and a driver for improvement, for growth, for creating employment. So for the Spanish presidency, it's key to push jobs that increase the competitiveness by reinforcing the reindustrialization in Europe, that ensure the safety, the strategic safety and security of a union that can only exist when it's open to the world, because Europe only exists if it remains an open society. The environment in which the European market is operating at the moment is very different from that we found 30 years ago. There are many geopolitical tensions, and this is one of the main changes since the fall of the Iron Curtain. And now there is a global concurrency, and there are new challenges that we are seeing, that we're facing, that were not known before. The European Council in last June offered new ideas and new reflections regarding a fair competitiveness and a regulatory framework that is aimed at reducing the paperwork burden, the administrative burden. And in that sense, the reindustrialization of Europe is one of the key elements towards looking forward. The informal meeting of ministers held last June focused the debate on those aspects, because the single market used to be ongoing work. March next year, in the European Council, an independent report will be presented dealing with the future of the single market. For this report to be a success, the Spanish presidency is already working on it, and that report will be headed precisely by Enrico Leta. And as I said, we have the privilege to have with us here today. Enrico, you can be sure that we are supporting you from from our government and from the Spanish presidency. And the 25th of September, we will be listening to you very carefully. I have shared some ideas about the importance
Pero a nadie se le escapa
of the single market in our competitiveness. But it's clear that the single market goes beyond that. The European Union and the communication regarding the 30th anniversary already mentioned that the single market is a means to improve the quality of life of our citizens. The citizens are again at the core of our thoughts, of our reflections. The circulation of people, of capitals, benefit over 440 million citizens in the continent. So this is connected with another of our priorities, which is to drive or push a further economic justice. There are certain achievements that are already helping looking forward. At the employment level, it's clear that the single market has been able to generate employment. We are within the biggest integrated market in the world. We represent 18% of the GDP in the world. We have above 20 million companies in the continent. We also have seen many progresses in this field. There's a better regulatory framework for the displaced workers. There are regulations also improving the conditions of the platform workers, and also the social policies at a European level has an external dimension, which is reflected in the directive regarding forced labor, which aims at eradicating slavery at working places. The professional opportunities are also widened if we are better prepared for them. So the European Year of Competences in 2023 aims at sustaining the competitiveness within the European Union by improving and reinforcing the skills, the training of our workers. Another advantage of the single market is the possibility of living and receiving education in any member state. This is why the Erasmus project has enabled over 13 million students to enjoy a different educational experience in another member state. And this is one of the best example of creation and spreading of the European values and the European model, because it really breaks the language barriers, the cultural barriers, and enables us to get to know each other much better. Also, equality is very important, and the adoption of the directive regarding the gender balance within the companies in 2023 is very important. Also, the Istanbul Convention that will be ratified during our presidency is the clearest commitment from Europe with the promotion of gender equality, and a real driver of our presidency of the European Union. Finally, in the field of healthcare reign, we have seen great advancements thanks to the promotion of the European Drug Administration and the improvement of the regulations regarding the quality of substances that are aimed at human use. Also, the creation of a single space of health data within the European Union in order to simplify and facilitate the access to those data has been also very important. And lastly, there's something that is gaining importance in the European agenda, which is the aging of our societies. The European citizens are living longer, and our elderly need more care and different care than those that people, 60-year-old people needed, for instance. And last week there was a conference on this matter, and as I said back then, we are facing a new reality that we need to take into account when we agree among the 27 member states the public policies that are common to all our member states, and that also represent an opportunity when it comes to what we have called the silver economy. We need to protect also our consumers and reinforce the single market by improving the information that we convey to the consumers regarding the duration of the products, prohibiting unloyal competitiveness or concurrence. We also want to limit the premature elimination of repairable products. Finally, to keep the citizens at the core, one of the main axes of our presidency is the field of the disabilities. It's very important that it was just announced from the European Union the creation of a card, a disability card. This is a topic that we will be discussing this in Palma de Mallorca in November, so that the 87 million people with disabilities within the European Union have access to one single mobility space within the European Union. This is a European solution for these millions of people, out of which 4 are Spanish citizens. This is all very much related to the challenges that we see around us, within our territory and around the globe. Energy, the double green transition, the challenge of the telecommunications, all these elements affect our single market, but also affect us at a global level. Thanks to the Repower UE initiative and the wish to eliminate all energy dependency from Russia, we are more autonomous in the energy level. We want to push the reform of the electricity market in order to be able to ensure that the prices are affordable for the consumers. We could hardly face the green transition without the single market. And the same happens with the digital market. We are delving into the negotiation of the AI regulation, and the decisions that we make today will be determining the future of our citizens. Also, I would like to share with you a very important initiative that affects directly the citizens, the elimination of the roaming data. There are fewer things that bring the citizens closer than the possibility of being able to chat around the European Union with the same costs. This is a great advantage that we have decided to expand also to Ukraine, a country that is fighting for the values that we also support. We know that this will have immediate consequences. The commitment of our country with the single market is solid because we believe in its robustness. We believe that it helps us prosper, it helps us communicate among each other, but also because it reinforces and highlights our power around the globe. So my message here today, without forgetting the advancements, the competitiveness, and the great advantages that it represents, my message for you today is that we need to reflect on the next 30 years of the single market. A market where the citizen needs to remain at the core of the policies. As our slogan said, a Europe that is closer to these citizens. That is the path for the future of Europe. This is the future that we see, that we envision for Europe. And I think that I can count on the support of all Spanish citizens, but I guarantee for both to the Spanish citizens and the European citizens that we will be working hard on achieving these goals in the next 30 years.
Ministro. Ministro. Por ahí. Bueno, pues escuchado al ministro, por favor.
Okay, so we will now open the first panel. Mr. Almunia, Mrs. Yardine, and Hemskinski, Tobias Gerker, if you can come up to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tobias Gerke. I'm a senior policy fellow working on geoeconomics at ECFR. Very happy to be here again in Madrid. Thank you to Ignacio, of course, for bringing me, but also to our Spanish friends and colleagues at the presidency for working with us on this event. Well, we already heard quite a lot on the challenges, on the achievements, but in this panel we will dive into all of this a little bit more. The context is, I think, excellent for this panel. Not only is it 30 years, but there's a lot of new ideas and thinking around all over Europe, I think, of how we should bring our economic policy, our single market forward. We have the Spanish presidency. We've just heard all the initiatives and thinking. Today there will be a communication by the Spanish presidency on open strategic autonomy, also ideas of how do we need to think about our economic policy in the future. We have the Council tasking the Commission to think more about the single market. We have an economic security communication by the Commission, which also sets out ideas of what we might need to do. And President von der Leyen, of course, gave her speech this week, which also, I think, was quite heavy on economic policy and what she thinks needs to be done. So the topic is 30 years of success, past achievements, but I guess the idea is really how can we get another 30 years of success? How can we make sure that in 30 years' time we can meet here again and still talk about the success of the single market? There is a number of challenges. We heard a lot about them already. Let me just briefly sum them up in my own words. I think there's a number of internal challenges, clearly. I think the evidence that, as we heard already, competitiveness, but productivity and innovation capacity in Europe is growing. The gap is growing with other powers. I think the evidence is becoming more clear. But especially externally, the geoeconomic and the geopolitical pressure is mounting dramatically. We have, of course, the energy war with Russia, which I think carefully we can say we've done very well, but still the bill for this is immense. We have the clean energy transition, which demands a lot of new materials and inputs. Many of them we do not have, so there's a lot of risk growing on the horizon in the next years, how we access them. We have Chinese state capitalism, which is here to stay. We're not going to change China. So how do we deal with this in the next years in the global economy? And above all, I think great power competition, US-China power competition, is about controlling advanced industries and all the effects that has, from sanctions to technology controls to industrial policies, many of which are framed in this idea that for who is leading the great power competition. So I think it's fair to say we're in a poly crisis. Adam Tooze, this public intellectual many of you might know, calls it a poly crisis, a lot of distinct crises, but all of them coming together and interlinking. Adam Tooze was speaking with our director, Mark Leonard, in a great podcast. If you're interested in this intellectual concept of the poly crisis, I really recommend it to you. But that really brings the question, I think, do we need, given this poly crisis, do we need a new way of, a new economic order? Is the way we do things in the single market actually, does it still work? Do we need a new mission or a new vision for the single market? Is competitiveness enough? In other words, right? We want to increase prosperity, but also sustainability and security. And so I think that's a big question. It's not an easy one to answer, but we're here to do some work and have a great panel to get into this. Joined by Joaquín Almunia, who was, of course, the Vice President of the European Commission, and I think was a constituent part of building many parts of the single market as we know it today. I'm joined by Laura Ballarin, who is a member of the European Parliament, working in the Committee on the Internal Market, which deals with a lot of the economic files and industrial files that we're going to dive into, I hope. I'm joined by Jakub Boratinsky, who is a director at DG GROW for Networks and Governance. And I'm joined by Frank Heemskerk, who is the Secretary General of the European Roundtable for Industry. Okay, I'm going to start, Joaquín Almunia, if I may start with you. Maybe you can also share what you were there when we built many of the elements of the single market successfully. How does this contrast with today's challenges, the challenges that you faced back then? what can we learn from how we successfully built integration in the past for the challenges that we face now? Perhaps that's a starting question. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tobias. Muchas gracias al Euro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the European Council of Foreign Relations for inviting me, directors of the European Parliament, Commission, and this building that it belongs to all of us, home to all of us. Answering the questions of Tobias, what has changed? What was the situation when we started building the internal market more than 30 years ago? Because 30 years ago is when we ended that construction. We had the single document that was signed just before our access to the EU. And so 85, 86, this is a process that we faced with optimism, and we thought, okay, in 1993 it will be finished, but we had to solve many challenges. We've had many successes, great results, significant effort by European institutions and member states applying all the directives, the long list of directives that were established within the framework, the four freedoms that had to be made a reality. And since then, many things have occurred. The economic paradigm has changed, clearly. At the beginning of the 80s, we had just left the oil crisis, and then with the economic policies interventions that took place that led to a double recession in Spain, a recession in Europe, we still hadn't accessed the economic community. The inflation was much higher than the one that we are suffering right now, and there was a sort of Eurosclerosis, the feeling that the European Union was not capable of getting these economies out of this pit, taking into account the increase of energy prices, especially oil prices, that was the main source of energy. With this paradigm, it was transformed into the internal market, and it was based on the neoliberal paradigm, in simple terms, so to speak, a great trust in markets in general, not only internal market, and the efficiency of markets, and a certain mistrust of public policies. Now we are in a different time, fights between countries for power, different regions. Right now we are experiencing a tendency towards fragmentation of globalization. This was one of the main characteristics of the period during which the single market was realized in the past Europe. We've undergone globalization, respect of trade rules, economic exchanges, the important role of multilateral bodies, and all of this is at stake right now. Multilateralism is at stake. It is not seen with good views, taking into account the leaders of two main superpowers. The two leaders right now are in the face of these, are leading the World Bank, the IMF, the WTO, the Development Bank, and the European Union. We continue believing in these principles because we've used the strength of the internal market to be able to project Europe beyond our frontiers, presence in different markets, to benefit from international relationships that have been growing until the crisis of 2008. Now things have stabilized slightly, and we've benefited from all of this because we have managed to export our regulations during the building of the single market. We have heavily regulated. British people accused us of this, but this has also been positive for them, even if they didn't realize this during the referendum, sadly. And now it is more difficult for us to export our regulations, and this means it's more difficult for us to export our values. And right now in Europe, we are reacting to the situation, to this excessive trust in markets that was broken with the crisis of 2008. And we now talk about what was talked about in the past with the oil crisis, with the change of the economic paradigm. Now we're talking about, once again, industrial policies, control of exports. In some cases, we talk about control of direct investments that come from third countries, and we even talk about the control of some direct investments of European countries in third countries. And when I was a member of the Commission, well, the competition rules that have been very good for us from the origins of the economic community, but the fourth pillar, the control of public policies, that has been essential to be able to benefit from the internal trade of the market, taking into account also other economies being more advanced. This control of public policies has now gone into a period of flexibilization, so to speak, that we don't really know where it is leading us to. Maybe certain excess of industrial policies to be able to defend interests, sometimes common interests, European interest of all the 27 members' economies, but sometimes they're more in the favor of certain member states compared to others. Just to give you an example, the public policies that were flexibilized during the pandemic and then extended during the war in Ukraine, the need to move towards the Green Deal. This public policies controlled by the European Commission, more than half of them, a little more over 50%, have gone to Germany because they can afford this. They have an economic and fiscal strength that is indisputable. 25% of these policies to France, the second economy within the single market, and the rest has been shared between Italy, a little less than Italy, Spain, and then other countries. This does not create a trustworthy context to continue improving the single market. And the first reflection is the following. It's not going to be easy, taking into account the geopolitical context, the tensions, the lack of respect towards the rules that have been applied in the global economy for many years, that have boosted growth, exchanges, mutual benefits for everyone. This requires reflections, not to say no to certain industrial policies. I'm not saying that, but we do have to really reflect on these initiatives. Tobias, if you need to cut me, but last comments. We were hearing the president of the Commission a couple of days ago in her presentation in the European Parliament. We agree with most of what she said, but some of her comments were surprising to me, one especially due to the fact that she was launching an initiative that hadn't been previously fully debated, the sanctions to Chinese electric vehicles. So it means that the Commission's services starts working on how to present these sanctions to be presented at the Council. And when I heard these words, I asked myself, what's going to be China's reaction? Because China is much stronger than Europe in the production of electric vehicles. They are generating and focusing on the use of electric vehicles. They're really at the forefront of investigation in these vehicles, batteries, raw materials that are essential to be able to produce the batteries without which electric vehicles could not exist. And we have certain European and German companies for many years during the expansion towards foreign countries have, earned significant incomes in China, for instance, thanks to the selling of these vehicles. So what is China going to do? Well, probably decide upon the export of European vehicles to China, right? Europeans, not myself, but we've started buying Chinese electric vehicles here in Europe. And this can also have an impact on consumers if they cannot find the same quality and price conditions in other electric vehicles produced by European companies. And this can, consumers are the last recipients of the single market. They can buy good quality vehicles that are cheaper because costs in China are lower compared to Europe, and the market freedom also has to do with efficiency and competitiveness. Of course, we want to improve our competitiveness, and we're working on it. So certain problems that we have to face as Europeans to be able to reflect on this new phase of the internal market. From now onwards, we have to take into account two more things. I'm not going to go into detail. One, I'll just mention them. How much money, how many resources as Europeans are we going to need to be able to reach the objectives associated to our future policies in terms of environmental transition, digital transition, apart from policies to increase social cohesion and equality within our societies, because the internal market has been very successful, but it also needed a lot of support so that inequality did not grow. Second idea, second consideration, I won't go into detail, the commitment of enlarging the EU to Ukraine, to Balkans, Moldavia, and maybe Georgia. Which reforms are we going to need, and how are we going to tackle the development of the internal market in these new conditions in the future years, taking into account that we have to support those countries who joined the Union recently, and all of this, the digital transition, the environmental transition, all of this requires huge amount of resources. The finance minister of France and Germany have written an article. The capital of the market of capitals is going to amount to about 50 billion euros, according to this article. How are we going to fund all of this if we don't have a union of markets and capitals, and if we don't have a fiscal union? Nobody can see this. So I think it is great to set ambitious objectives, more integration, more opening, more autonomy. All of this, I share it. But the next step is, how do we do this? And this has a financial dimension, geopolitical dimension, foreign action, on which we have to work. So it's not only DG Grow that has to focus on these matters. It is all the Commission, it is the European institutions, the Parliament, the Council, the Member States, all of us together. So fascinating task, as fascinating as it was 30 years ago, but I think more complex nowadays than 30 years ago when we launched the internal market. Thank you. Sorry if I was a little long.
Well, you put a lot on the table. I'm sure we're going to pick some of this up, but I just want to highlight one point. I found most important your introduction on how the single market was forged and the kind of events that led to it. You spoke about the Eurosclerosis moment, where, as you mentioned, there was also a lot of external pressure. The oil crisis you mentioned, that put a lot of competitiveness pressure. I'd also add the technology pressure from Japan, policies in the United States that really put a gap on competitiveness in the 80s between Europe and America. And I think these events, they really had a funneling moment, a crystallizing moment that led to also the unlocking the single market integration, partly at least. There was, of course, other elements. But I think that's important because it's more difficult, as you say, today, but they're equally, we have to try to harness these external pressures and really use them to unlock all these political stalemates that we have. So rather than seeing that as sort of a doomsday scenario, that everything is going bad internationally, I think there's a silver lining that exactly these moments were the ones that forged the single market, and Europe is forging crisis. It's a bit of a cliche, but there's certainly some truth to it. But we have responded already at the European level quite a lot in the last Commission also. Can I ask you, Ms. Ballarin, there were a lot of new acts and new policies, Net Zero Industry Act, Critical Raw Material Acts, a lot of acts generally in the making. But one of the main questions perhaps, as Mr. Almunia said, how much money do we need? And some of these acts, they do not have any money. Is that the right way forward? Or do you see gaps in the toolbox that the European institutions have developed, the Parliament and the Commission? What would you ask for a new Commission, a new Parliament? What should they focus on? Completing these tasks, or are there gaps that you think a new Commission, new Parliament should really focus on?
Muchas gracias, Tobias, y en primer lugar, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Tobias. Thank you for inviting me. And also to the Office of the European Commission and the European Parliament for inviting me here. And thank you to my colleagues here at the panel. Many things have been said, interesting things in the introduction, and of course, an anniversary calls for a celebration. But we also have to look ahead and reflect on how we're going to maintain this project during the next years. The single market has improved the well-being of citizens, common efforts of companies, consumers. It's the backbone. We have mentioned some figures. 56 million jobs that have been created, 23 million companies, more than 500 million consumers that are part of this market, the single market that is the biggest in the world. But what is so special about this project is that it is reflected in specific items. The protection of consumer rights, the elimination of roaming, the recognition of professional degrees, and also the debate against the geographical blocking of online platforms, and many other examples that we have. And as Nacho said, the single market is like oxygen. When we have it, we don't realize, but during the pandemic, we really appreciated it, and we realized how important it is. Single market cannot be taken for granted, and this is why we are here to reflect on how to improve it in the future. I wanted to mentioned 3 examples during this mandate at the European Parliament to be able to improve the digital dimension that has been the biggest challenge in the last years of the single market. The Digital Services Act that you mentioned yourself, the Digital Services Act that regulates the platforms that we all use every day, tackles the moderation of contents, for instance, disinformation, the incitement towards hatred, the safety of products that have to be as safe online and offline, and also the importance with regard to advertising and the use of personal data in these platforms. This is a specific example of the importance of single market because we wouldn't have been able to do this on our own. Google, Facebook, Amazon, platforms that have daily users that are higher than the users in the countries where they operate. So together, of course, we've been able to set these rules and protect ourselves in the face of these large platforms. Secondly, the space of European data. You've talked about the competitiveness of European companies, and one of the elements that we have to improve has to do with the processing of this data that are linked to the profits of these companies. We need technological alternatives so that in the new public spheres, these data are used proper way to be able to innovate in the global sphere.
Conductores.
Regarding the semiconductors, this is an example that we have also seen in this legislature, how the pandemic showed us the advantage that those regions in the world had when they had their capacity for sustaining this industrial production. It was said that during the pandemic that we couldn't produce internally a single gram of paracetamol, and this has highlighted how we need to work hard on improving our capacity in order to produce internally. And also, the crisis of the semiconductor supply chain is a good example of how we need to reinforce our own capacities. We have also put on the table a bet so that Europe can produce this type of semiconductors, and become more competitive at a global level. You mentioned our bid as the European Parliament looking forward to the next mandate. I just have 1 minute, so I will list the priorities that we have noted for the European Parliament, which are, we believe that we need to renew and reinforce the protection of consumers, considering the environmental and social aspects. We are especially stressing the right to repair, how to protect the consumers from obsolescence, programmed obsolescence of products, and given the citizens the opportunity of renewing and repairing their products. This also has an aspect to it towards protecting the environment. Also, we need to promote the cooperation and the competitiveness within the European Union to reinforce the external dimension of the single market, protecting the values of the European Union and its strategic autonomy. We also need to promote the short-term rents. And I would like to ask the panelists what is their opinion on this matter? I think that Spain is one of the countries that is particularly interested in this topic, how we can fight gentrification, how we can protect ourselves also from platforms such as Airbnb or Booking, which are very necessary and that are very useful, but that entail certain risks, especially for the cities. There are certain asymmetries at a digital level in services such as video games and virtual reality, and how we can also fight the duality of certain products. From the European Parliament, we have been focusing on the avoidance of the duality of the quality of products between Eastern and Western Europe. For instance, you have Nutella showing or selling two different qualities in different products depending on the regions where they're selling. And I think that I've exceeded my time, so I leave it here.
Also very interesting points on the table. I would like to just reflect quickly on what you mentioned, I think, regulations on the Digital Markets Act, Digital Service Act, AI data. You mentioned a lot of very important regulation. But it does connect, of course, to the question of how do we externalize them. Is this Brussels effect still, does it still work? And I think, Joaquin, you mentioned the Brussels effect is not as effective anymore as when you were around in the Commission. The Brussels effect is also, in a way, a unilateral policy, right? We regulate and we hope that the market mechanism externalizes it. And it has in the future. But I think there's a bigger discussion whether this is still a mode of international economic governance that we want or even can play. Whether we need to not find different kinds of cooperation before we regulate on the digital market, for example, or digital services, and then hope that others will adopt it through the Brussels effect, or whether we should not already have international cooperation before we regulate. I think this is the future of the Brussels effect that we need to discuss more in depth and not perhaps only rely or hope that the Brussels effect works. But it's a discussion to be picked up in another time, perhaps. But Mr. Boraczynski, can I ask you to bring you in? Clearly, there's the question on competitiveness that's on the table. The European Commission has done quite some work on building its industrial policy capacity in the last mandate. But the focus has been quite on specific industries, on the clean energy industries, on chips we heard, and also on specific strategic industries often, with the idea that we need to reduce vulnerabilities. Is that the right focus still? Or do we need to think about the single market rather from a much broader competitiveness issue? Where do you see what should be the objective here? Focus on the more strategic projects or on the wider deepening of the market? Can these two be compatible? Perhaps.
Thank you very much, Tobias. First, let me really express our gratitude to the Spanish presidency, to the ECFR and Commission representation here, as well as the Parliament's office for hosting this event. From our perspective, it's really essential that we have this conversation about the single market, about the past, and very importantly about the future. Now, listen. It's not a space now, for a long expose. So if I were to answer very shortly, I think we need both, but just let me elaborate a little bit. I think many of the speakers have basically, reflected on the fact how different the world is today. And I think that what we are seeing is, I would say that single market we are exploring, let's say, new dimensions of the single market that we have not thought about, and that basically shows that this is the strength of this, that it's actually agile and alive and kicking. With the crisis, or you said poly-crisis, perma-crisis, that we have been witnessing over past few years, we have all the reasons to think that this will be the dramatic centrifugal forces that will break us. And actually, what we are seeing that the opposite is happening. So first of all, competitiveness that was at the root of the single market project. We have seen that basically, and then this is very much connected. This Commission has made digital and green transition, its flagship objectives, and basically it meant that the single market would be anyway. It's not an end in itself. It's basically employed in service of this big objective. And indeed, if we follow on that, the last stage, let's say, of this Commission, we have this Green Deal industrial plan. And we have really also, and that was, it's important when we talk about single market, we talk actually about the tools that we are using. And indeed, we are now experimenting with the new tools, Net Zero Industrial Act, Critical Raw Materials Act. a really completely new type of legislation, which is, not this classic, creation of rules, because anyway, market takes it of itself. We just need here and there, few basically adjustments, but it's about fundamentals. If you think it's about access to finance, it's about access to land. The whole issue of permitting becoming such extremely important question, and access to skills. It's also a type of legislation that me as a civil servant, I'm realizing what a huge challenge it is. Actually, it's not that we basically, it's final adoption by the council and the parliament and we can go home and forget about it. No, it's contrary. It's just the beginning of the road. And I think this is a huge challenge for public administration in member states. It's a huge challenge for the Commission, how then to make it happen. Because I'm very much convinced, and not only because my Commissioner Breton convinced me for that, but I'm very much convinced that in this extremely challenging world, and I will not repeat because I think the speakers have very, prominently spoke about it, we need basically to make sure that Europe stays in the game, that we have, that the single market would be only producing results for citizens if, we will still have industry, a competitive industry in Europe. Resilience became again a completely, let's say, newly discovered dimension of the single market, and that actually is a single market as a shield, as a protection, as an umbrella, against very difficult weather conditions that we are facing. And I think, again, these are these new dimensions of the single market that we are discovering. Single market emergency instrument, is one of these kind of new approaches that would be criticized in the past for being, a kind of, from a command economy textbook, but it's not. It's not, because we are living in a very different times. But again, I want to be short. So coming back to competitiveness, I think we are seeing clearly that it's very much, still, not still, maybe even more now on our hearts and minds. This, let's say, annual cycle. It's a joint, let's say, effort from the call from the leaders, also, response from the Commission. We will have now this annual single market and competitiveness cycle with a lot of focus on actually seeing what's really happening on the ground. The President, announced, the competitiveness report, and I think we see a kind of a very strong shift. What industry was waiting for, also, we definitely see this movement in member states. And for me, again, it means also dealing pragmatically, and I'm sure Frank will be talking much more about it, about the serious barriers and challenges for competitiveness. Just one figure, which shows that there is a lot of work still to be done, and it's not being forgotten. 60% of barriers in the single market for services identified 20 years ago are still around us. So now these days with my team, for example, I'm working on a small project, but this is one of the perennial complaints by the companies, how to simplify posting of workers. It's a modest project, but it will bring tangible benefits if, if companies across Europe would be able to go on one portal, simplified set of information to be filled in. I can only regret it's a voluntary, it's only a group of member states participating in this. But again, I think it's very important that this high-level political push for more competitiveness is also translating into readiness, to basically deal with the nitty-gritty, and dealing with the nitty-gritty is an essential complement of the big visionary changes, that are related, to the industrial policy that I think we have in real sense after quite a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. I fully agree with your statement. You said at some point, it's important to stay in the game, and yeah. I agree. The game, I think, internationally is exactly that. There's this fierce competition over advanced industries, and I think the challenge for maybe the single market and internal European policy is to relate much more to what's happening externally, what's happening in the US. Of course, we're very attuned to that since the IRA. I think there's a lot of coverage, a lot of interest, but much less so, I think, on Chinese activities. Chinese state capitalism is difficult to understand, but it has incredible implications for what kind of game in the international economy is played. And I think relating this to our industrial policy much more is a challenge, because I think that was formerly very much trade policy only, and trade policy and industrial policy perhaps in the past not so well connected. So I think that's more also of a governance challenge of how do we look to the outside. But Mr. Heemskerk, can I bring you in? There was already a lot on the table, so feel free also to pick something up. But of course, be very interested to hear what you think are the main competitiveness challenges, if you think that some of these ideas that have been brought on the table are the right one. And maybe one more question to also, I'm curious to understand how does the private sector work with the public sector? Do you think there's enough platforms where exchange like this can happen on a more structural level? That we have a European economic security communication from the Commission. Is that something that businesses want to engage with more actively? Or maybe you can talk a little bit about this cooperation between these two sides also, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and let me also thank the host and also the Spanish presidency for making sure that internal market is on the, high on the political agenda. The Swedish presidency did so. Belgium will do so. So 3 in a row. Let's make it a home run now. And yesterday we had a bit of a dinner. We had a dinner and we discussed a bit, what was the key for success 30 years ago. And then it were mainly men. So there were a lot of fathers who claimed success. Fortunately, now we're much more diverse. But there were many who claimed to be, let's say, the father of the single market, including ERT. We published a book about 40 years of ERT. And I would like to turn the argument around. Only because so many people cared, it became a success. So we need to make sure that the single market, again, is something which, we all care about it. It's about passion and it's about perseverance. Passion is to make sure that it's not a project of big companies. By the way, I don't know any big company. I only think there are ecosystems, and that any big company consists also of a large SME part. A truck of Volvo is being produced by 60%, 70% by SMEs, and so we need these ecosystems. But it's also about, the single market is also about smaller companies having the opportunity to scale up. So it's not small versus big. It's also not the citizens or the companies. Citizens are paying too much right now for some of the products because they are produced below scale, because there's fragmentation. So it's about value creation for citizens. I had a discussion in Hungary also about the Nutella, because the state secretary was complaining that some of the larger companies are selling inferior or food of lower quality in Hungary than in Spain, because in Spain the food is always the best there is. We all know that. And I said, so let's team up. Let's team up and create a level playing field and a single market also on food protection. So it's also about citizens. Is it a project for the European Parliament, for the Commission, or for the Member States? There I actually think that Commission and Parliament are doing an okay job, but the Member States are dropping the ball. There's not enough, let's say, enforcement of single market rules. They need to do better. They need to go into the nitty-gritty. I was so happy to hear the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Albares, to say the disability card. My mom recently also got a disability card because she can no longer walk. It's still for her impossible to park her car in, outside. I mean, all the cities in the Netherlands have different rules. I don't hope she will use the new disability card to drive to Spain, because that would be a disaster. But the fact that we create also for the people with disabilities, more access, and you need to do the nitty-gritty there, but member states are not doing enough. We need to create competitive peer pressure within the European Council, and we do know the tools exist. It's about traffic lights or benchmarking. But why is the Netherlands, and I'm Dutch, so much behind in the rollout of 5G? Prime Minister Rutte should be challenged on it, because 5G is important for all companies, because the software now is, and the latency is key to build the new factories of the futures, and otherwise they will be built in South Korea or in the US. So competitive peer pressure in Brussels. Also for the, we had a discussion about budget. Well, there's money on the table. 700 billion euros is the value that can be created if we deepen the single market. That happens to be the similar amount as the next Gen EU. So, you know, there is value for all of us on the table. What do I hear? And I'll end with dilemmas and some of your questions. There's a lot of initiatives now on industrial policy with subsidies, consumer regulation, tariffs. In general, that adds to complexity. It doesn't create more oxygen. It does create, let's say, to divergence. As ERT, we are not against regulation. To the contrary, regulation often creates a level playing field. But we need to make sure that the regulation is, you know, targeted, and there's, again, a better regulation agenda as there was in the previous Commission, and there was not right now a better regulation in the current Commission, you know, impact assessment. But, you know, a lot of, let's say, responses to the external pressures is creating more complexity, and that's not always, let's say, in the interest of single market and, let's say, entrepreneurship. Then on your question on the Brussels effect, yes, we were effective in the Brussels effect on privacy protection of consumers, but B2C, business to consumers, is something different than B2B. Let's not make the mistake, for example, in AI regulation, that we also create a lot of AI regulation in the B2B. Business to business, they share, you know, some of the data, and of course we need to protect people, but, you know, companies can sort out a lot among themselves. Two dilemmas to end with. The Commission has become, over the years, since Mr. Almunia left, more political, more geopolitical. That's a good thing. But how does that, what is the impact of that political Commission towards its neutral role as a guardian of the single market? I'm just asking the question, but is this Commission is doing less infringement procedures? Is challenging France or Germany less than in the past? Has that to do with the more political role? It's up for the politicians to answer it. Another one is the enlargement, rightly so, very high on the political agenda, but what would that mean with, you know, can you enlarge and deepen? Can you do both at the same time? Or do we need to come with, let's say, intermediate models? Finally, what's the role of companies? Should they complain or contribute? And of course they should contribute. As the European Roundtable, we've produced 30 stories on the single market where it does not function well. On digital, on energy, on services and on capital, on these 4 big buckets, we need to step up. But even on goods, we're not there yet. AkzoNobel is a paint company. It wanted to produce a single can white paint to be able to be sold in all 27 member states. And you would hope that all the paint is produced sustainably. You would hope that all the consumers are well protected in all 27 states. But it's not the case. AkzoNobel cannot sell the single can of white paint in 27 member states. And therefore the consumers in Spain are paying too much for their paint, because it's subscale and it's fragmented. And we need to work on the nitty-gritty enforcement of these, you know, standard settings, and we can do so much better. And there we as ERT want to continue to contribute. The traffic light of the 30 stories, which we presented to Breton, to President Macron, is that of the 30, only 2 have been solved. 1 is work in progress, 27, nothing has happened. We're gonna collect another 100 stories, and we're gonna hand them over to Mr. Letta and his commission, and to hope, you know, that it will be high on the political agenda, and that Jakub gets the support he needs, financially, in the resources, but also the political support which is required to strengthen and deepen that single market and create value for all of our citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. very clear messages. Let me just pick up on one. That I thought one of your first points on ecosystem I found very important, to think more about ecosystems, value chains. I think this is a task also for policymakers that is very much on the agenda, not only for lifting the entire ecosystem and the value along the chain, but also for resilience purposes. I think there's a need to better understand how supplier networks across Europe connect, how we can shore them up as one ecosystem and not just one end user industry. So I think there's a case here to build more capacity of how policymakers also can analyze this, both from a value creation point perhaps, but also from a security resilience point. I think is something that is quite important. But we already, the point that we'd like to bring in some participants in our audience. We have a few friends and colleagues already from the business sector who would like to come in. Irene, could you help us with handing out the microphones also? Thank you. Could you please state your name and affiliation, and then we're collecting a few remarks and comments and questions, and we'll at the end bring it back to the panel to address those. Thank you.
Gracias. Intentaré ser breve. Yo creo.
Thank you. For what I've heard, it's clear that the single market is facing challenges that we cannot ignore. And I think that Mr. Almunia and the rest of the speakers have pointed out very clearly what the challenges are and how the change in the paradigm, in the liberal paradigm at a global level, not only in Europe, represents a great challenge for the common market, for the single market, that we cannot ignore. And we cannot think that the solution lies in simply deepening into the single market. It is clear, as has also been said, that we need an industrial policy that requires subsidies and support and help, and a change in the subsidies regimes from the different countries, because China is doing this, the United States are doing this. If we do not want to drag behind, we will need to support our industries. And I understand, because it makes sense and because it's very apparent, that this change, this sort of embracing and implementing a new industrial policy might be understood as a threat towards the internal market, because subsidies can actually affect this leveled play field. However, I would like to point out that the IRA does not alter the internal market in the US. What actually is incompatible with the internal policy is that only some member states are giving the subsidies, those that are capable of providing them. So the industrial policy is not incompatible with the single market. What is really against the single market is that this is only done by certain countries. This is why I think that we need to move forward within a new regulatory framework, like the new temporary framework during the crisis and transition, and we see that there are certain traps there, such as this, that allows to unlimited subsidies in order to equalize this to the help that you can get in the aids that you can get in other countries. But aside this, I think that those countries that have less funds or resources, we need to move initiatives such as the Sovereignty Fund, and also with the support of other tools such as the STEP initiative. But we also need to move forward in building a common industrial policy. And I think that this is probably the real challenge for us. We have some elements that are pioneering, for instance, the Innovation Fund or the Hydrogen Bank. However, the hydrogen bank, I think that the next call is only funded with 800 million euro compared to the aids being given in the United States for the production of hydrogen. This is really a ridiculous amount. So my question is, are we ready for common industrial policy? Probably we aren't. And those of us who have attended the competitiveness councils this year, we see that there are confronting views from the different countries, small countries that are very much against intervention, bigger countries that are more for these industrial policy, smaller countries who do not want this each member state to have their own policy, but they do not want to support the common policy. This is what we see very often within the European Union. We have always been for the single market, but it has been very hard for us to work towards common policies that are really necessary to sustain the single market. And nowadays we're talking about industrial policies, and at other times we might be dealing with a social policy. The European Union is always facing the same issue. It's an union that has been built on almost a single common point, which is our love or our will for sustaining a single market. And we're missing the important step, which is becoming a true union and not a market. And this entails policies that in the past were different from the ones that we need now. And now we're needing the industrial policy. This is a constant that we see within the European Union, but we're actually, what's at stake now is the survival of our technology, of our industry. And with that, I would like to leave you.
Buenos días, soy.
Good morning, Manuel Savesi. I'm a strategy director of Indra. It is a technology company really focused on defense and aerospace, and I fully agree with my colleague. I'm going to continue along these lines. I just want to share a couple of concerns from the point of view of my company. We also have energy representatives here, but from the point of view of my company, I think that more than on the single market, that is, of course, the backbone of the European project, and we fully support Europe. We're Europeist. And from our point of view, space, defense, technology, we can see a competition between three large blocs in the world, the US, China, and Europe. Right now, in these two spheres, technology and defense, I think that we are concerned by the concept of strategic autonomy more than single market. Of course, there'll be different concepts and theories with regard to the relationship between these concepts. But as for strategic autonomy within technology, the amount of resources, acceleration of the two rival, so to speak, ecosystems, China, the US, are placing in artificial intelligence, for instance, is something that we're going to have to react to if we don't want to end up being a technological colony. I don't have the solution, of course. I don't know what the solution is, but I think it has to be in the most important positions of the legislative agenda and priority for the European reflection. And on the other hand, the unfortunate and tragic war in Ukraine has awakened many people with regard to having our own capacities to be able to defend our own way of life here in Europe. We are Europeist. The European model needs to be defended, of course, and to be able to defend it, this means, well, I think we've made progress in these last years. Europe has to take seriously, defense has to be taken seriously, and we're talking about different elements with large European projects that are collaborations, but we are still heavily dependent on other countries in terms of technology, intellectual property, etc. So we are never going to be fully sovereign from the point of view of defense and technology. We've made progress in Europe and nationally too, but I think we're still very far from where we should be. That's it, basically. First of all, thank you very much. I'm Maite Nonay, Director of Strategy of Enagas, Energy Infrastructure Company here in Spain. I would like to talk about energy and the energy transition. It has been mentioned already during this morning. Energy is vital for the energy transition that will allow us to gain competitiveness within the industry, and also this is linked to the supply security, the role of energy infrastructures with regard to the safety and security of supply, so that we can have competitive prices, available prices for our consumers. Taking into account also the net zero target that has been set for 2050, being leaders within this sphere. Now we have to undertake this energy transition. The single market in general, the single market of energy, there have been significant progress, but we haven't achieved it yet. We need this single market to be able to undertake this energy transition that we all want to promote from the point of view of public administrations, taking into account policies that have to be aimed at these objectives, and also within the private sphere we have to deploy strategies, projects that lead us towards these projects. In Enagas, we have clear pillars: security, supply, decarbonization, and also our society needs to have new habits to be able to reach these objectives. Within this complex context, infrastructures are going to be vital for this true integration of Europe. Taking into account all of these elements, there will be more consumption, also taking into account this shift in paradigm. Spain, such as Spain, for instance, we're going to be producers of this energy. So the infrastructures are going to be essential. In this regard, the question is, what is your opinion on the evolution of Europe towards this energy single market? What do we need to be able to make significant progress towards this union of energy? Because without this market, we won't have true environmental transition. It has to be European. What's your opinion on the evolution, and what do we need? What do we really need to be able to achieve it?
My name is John Rutherford, and I'm the head of public affairs at BBVA, which is a leading Spanish and European bank. And I'd like to start off just thanking the organizers for the invitation to attend this session. I'd like to turn the focus onto the single market in finance. One of the objectives of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the EU, and I'm going to quote, is to continue deepening the economic and monetary union, reinforcing the bank crisis management framework so as to strengthen mechanisms for liquidity, bank resolution, and deposit guarantee schemes, and to boost the capital markets union. And there was a reference before from Vice President Almunia regarding the French and German declaration on what needs to be done in terms of advancing on the capital markets union. But I would like to focus primarily on the banking union. And obviously significant progress has been made since its launch in 2014. The backbone of the banking union is a single rule book, which has established a level playing field through the capital requirement for banks, the prevention and management of bank failures, and the better protection for depositors. Of these three so-called pillars, the first two are fully operational, which are the single supervisory mechanism and the single resolution mechanism. But certainly work still needs to be done in terms of the third pillar, which is the protection for depositors. Now, in order to further strengthen banking union, in 2015, the Commission put forward a proposal to establish what's known as EDIS, which is the European Deposit Insurance Scheme. In 2022, the Eurogroup noted that the banking union remained incomplete and proposed that as an immediate step, the sector should adopt the Crisis Management and National Deposit Guarantee Scheme, which is a so-called CMDI framework. And in April of this year, the Commission put forward a proposal to reform this framework. So obviously there has been some progress. Now, acknowledging that this is a rather complex and arcane subject matter, and acknowledging further that it falls really under the remit of FSMA and not DG Growth, I would nonetheless be interested to hear your views, Jacob, on what needs to be done in terms to advance the banking union. And I would open that question to other members of the panel who may wish to take that question. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Juan Recedondo, Director of Public Policies at Telefónica. And I would like to mention the digital dimension that hasn't been touched upon yet. Of course, thank you for your invitation to this debate. I would like to start by saying, this has been mentioned before, we know of the importance of the single market for the European competitiveness, and the digital sphere, of course, is essential for European competitiveness. My company, Telefónica, telecoms, right now, we consider it to be a mostly domestic market, and a lot of the regulations are national, but if we think about digital services, they are closely pan-European. So this is why it is essential to be able to provide these services within the European dimension. This term has been very active in terms of digital services. Some acts that are not mentioned that much, the Habit Act, that I would like to mention. When we talk about the single digital services market, we have to look into harmonization, the need to improve harmonization. It seems sometimes that member states, when it comes to applying certain regulations, have sort of different flavors or nuances to them. So I wanted to mention the Habit Act that is specific to the deployment of networks with a higher harmonization between countries, especially for telecoms operators. In terms of harmonization, we could talk about security, data protection, spectrum, different characteristics that are proper to the different European markets. And this is why I want to mention the concept of harmonization as essential. I think that the single digital market should also be a priority. And in terms of harmonization, this would be, well, my question on progress that we're making towards this single digital European market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all these positions, statements, questions. Some of them quite specific, so wherever you feel you want to pick up on, but also some broader ones on whether we need this guidance from member states, from the EU, on where economic policy, single market integration should focus. Should it be just deepening across the board, or should it be really more focused with relation to what other powers and countries are doing? I think that's a really principal question that we need to get to. But so ideally would touch upon all of this. Maybe I start from the other way around, if you don't mind, Frank, to pick up on any of these items and questions that you think you can answer.
Yeah, let me give it a try. They were very good and very sometimes detailed questions. For example, on the banking union, as long as there's no agreement on bailouts in the sense of, are the Spanish going to pay for the non-performing German loans? I think this will remain difficult, but it's and as long as 27 ministers of justice will not agree on legislation in terms of bankruptcy, and wow, you know, bankruptcy law is complicated, eh? But if you need to go into these details in order to create a European capital market. But you do need to create a capital market union because the European companies are still too dependent on banking financing, 70–80%. Whereas in the US it's only 30%. And all the pain of the financial crisis is also still in balance sheets of banks. Whereas in the US it has been all dispersed, you know, with other investors as well, and they are growing again. And unfortunately, all the successful second, third round companies who need to get funding to grow are all going to go to the US. They're all going to go to Silicon Valley. So all the future profits, all the shareholding value creation is not with Europe, but it's in the US. So we're handing over everything while, you know, it is being created here. So we need to make sure that the politicians see the, let's say, the cost behind non-action. Somehow the cost of non-action are for them too low, and therefore they're not acting. On the question on the European subsidies, yes, some countries have deeper pockets than others. Also that I don't think will change. So, you know, we need to indeed make sure that if there are subsidies, that we're quite, you know, stringent on it. Almost all economists will be in favor of some sort of subsidies, especially in a transition, energy transition, in early phase startups, in infrastructure. But ultimately, you know, we should of course not be dependent on subsidies. Companies need to pay taxes. They don't need to receive subsidies. The subsidy of the one is the taxation of the other. So, you know, let's and therefore harmonization, deepening, standard setting, that's where, you know, we can create a lot of value. It is not costly, to the contrary, you create a value by doing so. So let's make sure that the member state act. There are a lot of external pressures, but all the solutions are in our own hands. We don't need the Chinese or the Americans to come up with, you know, further harmonization or a capital markets union or digital standards within Europe.
Thank you. Ms. Baradin, can I ask you, maybe you can pick up on maybe either the digital or the energy side of the single market. What has been maybe achieved, or what do you see is missing there? If one of these fits you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Perdón. Muchas gracias por todas las.
Thank you for all these comments. They're very relevant, and I have noted them so that they enrich our work at the Parliament. On the one hand, the digital transition has been mentioned. It is one of the pillars, one of our main priorities for the next years. We've taken certain steps, as you've said, and I agree. Harmonization has to be the foundation so that we move towards a single digital market. From the Parliament, we try to focus heavily on protecting consumers, and we also need to make sure that companies are operating in the right framework, proper profit framework. And as Jacob said, we need to work on eliminating barriers. It is one of the challenges of the single market in terms of services that will be able to make life easier for companies. This could add about 700 billion euros to the European economy if we eliminate the most cumbersome administrative barriers, and we could progress in this regard. And also in terms of energy, as Fran was saying, and it is linked to subsidies, aids, the money that has to be paid by a bloc such as the European Union if we want to be competitive in the global sphere. I don't know if we will be able to compete at the same level as the IRA, but it should be accompanied by green energies, taking into account the transition. There has to be a positive impact on consumers' economies. There has to be a market, a reform of the electric market also that is being tackled to be able to eliminate the differences between states. Also, investment in infrastructures so that we can improve services and interconnections between states, improve the energy offer, and really focus on renewables.
We are running late on time, so thankfully Jakob and Joaquin can be very concise and to the point in taking up the last questions.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Few points. I mean, on the issue of state aid, I think you raised very, very serious concerns. I think, well, it's important to also see the true picture. There is quite a gap between what was authorized and what was spent. And interestingly enough, we always assume these are the biggest who seen the most. I'm of course joking. I mean, they're using these possibilities at maximum level. However, the analysis shows also that per capita there are some countries which you wouldn't expect to be the champions of state aid, including among the Nordics. But now, for us, from the Commission perspective, I think indeed the way forward is to basically make common efforts and common investment. You know, this is basically the idea behind the vision of sovereignty fund, which at this stage, let's say, you said it, I mean, doesn't have enough tracking. I mean, we came with the president came with a modest proposal of this step, but I think this remains. This is also what on many occasions my commissioner was saying, you know, this is the way actually indeed to bring some fairness and buy-in, so that it's not only those with the fiscal room of maneuver can act. And then there are other tools which actually help, just like the industrial alliances behind IPCEI. That's also, we are indeed talking a bit in the concept of ecosystems. There are big champions, but also, you know, a variety of SMEs which are actually engaged in this strategic investment. Maybe a word on enlargement. I think it's very important that you know, that this is not really a black and white scenario. Today, basically, just to give you, Ukraine is now a member of single market program. Ukraine is participating in, let's say, day to work on the single market. So I think it's very important that we don't see it as some remote, let's say, objective in the future, but we actually manage this process as of now. Maybe last point on energy. I joined the Commission more than 16 years ago. My first job was to work on energy relations with Russia. As you can imagine, it didn't go well. I do remember how this actually, I mean, let's face it, I mean, Gazprom was behind many efforts undermining basically creation of a true energy union. We made a big progress, and as again we see that these are the extreme circumstances that make us move forward, which is, for example, you know, common gas purchases, unthinkable before, or, you know, connection of Ukraine to the European grid, you know, again. So I think there is a lot to be done, but I think we are on a good track. Again, I would stop here. Again, thanks a lot for all these important questions.
Excellent. So Sovereignty Fund remains the central goal. It's, I think, an interesting, important message. Joaquin, final thought.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Taking into account the different statements, I think they have all made comments on the objectives of moving forward within the European integration. Is an essential tool, the internal market as we know it nowadays, to move forward in the common market of energy. If not, we will not achieve the objectives that we have set within the energy transition and the Green Deal. We have to move forward towards a single digital market, without a doubt. And as a representative of a telecoms company says, we need to move forward and also in the telecoms single market and not think that we are forever bound to having these national markets of telecoms. This is not only a decision in the hands of the political authorities in Europe, but I think it is also essential to take into account the boost by large telecoms companies. They complain that in the US there are only 3 large ones, and here it seems that they all want to be big in their own country, or Telefónica, for instance, here in Latin America, but not with a joint vision that is needed in Europe to be able to create this digital single market where our telecoms are not the poor child, so to speak, that accompanies the larger telecoms companies. In terms of financial, we need many resources, huge resources. The representative of BBVA has said it. The banking union is still hasn't been completed because we don't know if the resolution mechanism in the case of banking crisis as we experienced in 2008, if the resolution mechanism has enough funds. Resolutions are mostly national when it comes to confronting a crisis of a specific bank and its balances. And of course, we have stalled unless we talk German in private. Why don't we have the third pillar operating already? There's no economic rational reason within the economic system to know why a national system of deposit protection were to be more efficient than a common joint system, integrated system, as with the capital markets. This is the end of this reflection. Industrial policies, there are many. I was talking to Jacob about this. I don't agree with some of the policies of the Commissioner Breton, who I met a few years ago. That was very competent, but slightly protectionist. He still continued thinking along this line as European Commissioner, but also responsible for the good functioning of the internal market, taking into account, well, there's certain mismatch between protecting the internal market and other principles. The selection of important projects for European interest, this is a directive that we launched at the Commission without imagining that each European project investment could fit in with a common European interest. This is only applied to those sectors that can be essential, where we're weaker, we're not as competitive, but if you need resources, we have to take this into account in terms of the market of capitals, but we do need to be aware that we can do things better. Not everything has to do with subsidies. And if these subsidies do exist, and they are going to be within the sphere of industrial policies, I prefer this to be with regard to investment, innovation, instead of a project or a specific company, unless there is obvious market default. To increase resources in research and development. This is obvious. We are lagging behind. Why is China more efficient? Why have they invested more in this objective? Well, they set these objectives many years ago in Deng Xiaoping's period. They set this long time ago, and they've also opted for the training of engineers for research and development. They've overcome us in terms of the percentage of GDP. Clearly, in industrial policies, not only about subsidies to different projects, I think that state aids have to act whenever there's a default in the market or when there's a political objective with a political backing on which all European countries agree, not one or two, all of them, considering this to be a common European project. And we had one, we still have it, Airbus, Boeing. No decision was taken in terms of state subsidies of the European Commission, but it is a common European project. But not all of the projects can be common and European, because we will destroy the internal market if we do so. There has to be an efficient industrial policy supporting the European project, or industrial policies that can lead to negative reactions by our partners or distortions of the internal market.
Thank you very much. And, well, there's only me and coffee between us, but just on the last thought, Joaquin, you mentioned sort of what should be the guiding rationales for guiding markets, perhaps. There's a market failure, of course, this has already been, but there's also political objectives that we want to achieve, and I think that's exactly the discussion I'm very keen on, the kind of political vision that we set ourselves. We need to unlock trillions in the global economy to master climate change, and we have similar challenges in Europe. This is not all about state aid, but really about a new vision for how industrial policy can also unlock private capital and integrate in single market under a political vision. The green transition is one. I think there might be others, but I think that was quite clear in this conversation that came about, that it's not just fiddling around the edges. There needs to be a real intellectual architecture change, perhaps, above it. That is certainly happening. We see it very much in policy, and bringing it all together, I think, is the challenge that the Spanish presidency also with its work on open strategic autonomy, for example. I think it really tries to tie certain of these loose ends together, and that's exactly the conversation we need. But in the next session, we'll have an equally important discussion about how we bring everyone into the political debate, because it can't just be decided on top, but very much needs to come from the bottom to have this buy-in that Joaquin just mentioned at the very end. So thank you very much for partaking, and for all the panelists to pitch in and to give their expertise. Thank you.
Tenemos no solo un café, sino un bien merecido.
And not only coffee, I think a well-deserved coffee. So let's go upstairs for that coffee break. Thank you.
Bueno, vamos a ir tomando asiento para poder comenzar, por favor. Bueno, pues vamos a dar...
Well, let's resume the session with our second panel. We are going to be dealing with, well, before in the previous panel, we were talking about the forces within the market, the competitive pressures, the changing global environment that forces us to a considerable number of challenges. And in this second panel, what we're going to be dealing with is we're going to be taking an bottom-up view from the society viewpoint that can also contribute to this discussion. So we have for this Enrico Letta, the ex-prime minister, former prime minister of Italy, also president of the Jacques Delors Institute, and we also have Ms. Soraya, who is going to be who deals with many topics such as gender and food, environment, and many issues that are important to us all. Soraya, thank you for being here. And also Jean Madouk, who I think he is the reference of how the European Parliament has been able to open itself and present itself at the disposal of the European citizens. So it's really a pleasure to have him with us. The presidency of the European Union has charged Mr. Letta with drafting this report. We really are not envious of your position, Enrico, for the task that you've been charged with, which means juggling with having several balls in the air and handling the different horizontal pressures and obviously the pressures coming also from the citizenship. So this is why we were so interested in this panel to have you here and to have also the trade unions. We have Jesus Gallego, who is the representative of the international representative of the Unión General de Trabajadores, Marisa Soleto, from another workers' representative and member of the Observatory of Gender Violence within the European Union. And we have also Fermín Zabala from the Young Federalists at European level. And so we're going to start the panel with you, Enrico, if that's okay with you, with this idea of what do you think, or what are the strategic lines that you're considering in order to connect to the internal market with the concerns that we have seen before, the external pressures and the competitive pressures, the nitty-gritty aspects, and connecting all this with the citizenship. So thank you, first of all, for being here, and the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Nacho. Thank you for inviting me over. I am Italian, so I believe that having many balls in the air and multitasking is sort of inherent to us Italians.
as my predecessors, because I think it's a typical Italian job, because the first report on the single market was Cecchini, the second was Padoa-Schioppa, then the last one was Mario Monti, so it's a job, it's an Italian job, I have to say. Thank you all for this invitation. Thank you, the Council, for your leadership always, and thank you, the Spanish presidency, for what you're doing. It's fantastic for me to be here, and to be here also with Soraya and Jaume, and also having the possibility to take note of all what you said in the previous panel that was so interesting and full of ideas and full of... So I'll try to say, of course, I am at the beginning of this track. The track will end with the European Council in March, end of March. I'm at the beginning of this job, so I don't want to spoil who the assassin is now. You have to wait for some months. But I'll try to have 6 months, first of all, of meetings, discussions, hearings, first of all with civil society, because at the end of the day, single market is for citizens and of citizens. And I think we have to relaunch it every moment, every day. It is not a matter of institutions, it's a matter of citizens. And it is, in my view, the first big job. It is exactly to reverse the narrative. To reverse the narrative of the single market. If you ask the citizens what they feel about single market, the first reaction is something that is not completely clear. What does it mean for one citizen, single market? Single and market are not very, very attractive or sexy words. But if you try to go into details, then you need just 1 minute to start a long list of things in which single market means 90% of personal life of every citizen of the European Union. So this is why I think the first big job is to reverse the narrative and to make attractive the single market. The second one, I think it's exactly the topic of our second panel today, is to try to be convinced, first of all, be aware that single market is a matter of future, it's not a matter of the past. That is not easy. That is not easy. Because there's also the idea that single market is something that, yes, we have to complete it, but with some fatigue, without big energy, because it is just a completion of something that we started 30 years ago. 30 years, it's a long time. And then with fatigue, because if we didn't achieve in 30 years some results on some topics, it's not easy to say that, okay, in the next 2 years we will be able to achieve what we didn't do in the last 30 years. So it is necessary also to try to avoid this, we say, fatigue of the single market or some aspects of the single market topic. I mentioned, for instance, all the topic that was present in the question before in the debate of one of the main topics, that is capital market union, banking union. That is one of the main leftover, I have to say, in the last years. And one third preliminary remark is the fact that single market is a never-ending story. When we say never-ending story, usually it's to say it's a mission impossible, it's something negative. In that field, I think it's something positive. It's a never-ending story because, first of all, single market is a method. And single market means that all the challenges of the future of the European Union, we have a tool to address them, as we did, for instance, during the COVID crisis. We were able to overcome the crisis because we had a tool, and we didn't use this tool before, because on vaccine, on healthcare, and so on, we weren't very good, or we didn't use it in the past. Then we did it because of the crisis, and it was the demonstration of the fact that the tool is good. We can use it, we have to use it, and we have to be effective and ready to use it. But it is a never-ending story. We spoke, or someone spoke in the previous panel about the digital single market. The digital single market was not the topic 30 years ago when Jacques Delors launched it. The future is the future of artificial intelligence. It wasn't a topic years ago. When we discuss today about consumers' protection, the role of consumers' protection on the single market topic was completely different before the online purchases. Today, with online, it's a completely different topic, of course. All the frauds online are different from the ones that we used to deal with in the past. So we know it's a work in progress, it's a never-ending story, it's the most important tool for all of us. With three big changes that we experienced in the last 7 years, and the three main challenges and the three big changes were first Brexit, second COVID, and third the aggression, the Russian aggression to Ukraine. First Brexit for two main reasons. First reason because Brexit meant the UK leaving, and the UK was one of the engines of the single market. The single market at the very beginning, we know, the single market was an aircraft with two engines. One engine was the Commission, and the other engine was the UK. It was the deal. This is what we understood as students. It was the deal between Jacques Delors and Margaret Thatcher, between the leaders at that time, González, Mitterrand, Kohl, and Margaret Thatcher, on how to have the green light for the euro. And the green light for the euro was the need to create a strong single market, the four freedoms, and so on. And the UK was in charge. It is not by chance that the commissioner of the single market during the Jacques Delors Commission was a British commissioner, because this deal was very clear. And so with Brexit, of course, we lost one engine. But at the same time, we learned and we understood how resilient, meaningful, strong is the single market for all of us and for Europe. Because at the end of the day, I think Brexit was a mortal challenge for Europe. Now I think we are forgetting what happened. But 7 years ago, we had a mortal challenge for one simple reason. We are having our debate in English in Madrid, and we are, I think, not English mother tongue people, but we're having it in English. The role, I would say, the cultural role, the strength of the UK is more than just 1 out of 28. when the UK decided to get in the European community at that time, it was a big push for the European community at world level. Because the idea that, okay, the UK, they get in, means it's a success. They are obliged to get in, so the message worldwide was the European community is a success. In 2016, the global message was exactly the opposite. The UK get out, so it is an unsuccess. They understood is a failure. And it was a mortal challenge. And we decided to survive because of the strength of the single market, because of the resilience, and I think also because of their mistake, big mistake, to say Brexit means no single market too. That was a lie, I have to say, because the citizens, they voted for Brexit, not for getting out from the single market. No way is in the single market without being member of the European Union. So Brexit, COVID, I want to be very short. COVID, we know, of course, very well the story of the fragmentation of the single market in the very core of the storm, in the very high of the storm, end of February, March 2020, and the disaster of this fragmentation in terms of, I give you just one example, a poll in my country, Italy, April 2020, who is the best friend of Italy in the world? Number one, the US. Number two, China. Who is the worst enemy of Italy in the world? Number one, France. Number two, Germany. That was the poll of the Italians, April 2020. Then we know then what happened. Next Generation EU, the single market of vaccines, and so on and so forth. Third, the war, of course. The war with all the big improvements. First one on defense industry, security, but also on many other issues. Of course, energy. We had in the previous panel a debate on that. Yesterday, we discussed it. Yesterday evening, there's an enormous problem there, how to complete energy union, because we know very well that part of the solution was a fragmentation of the energy union. You know what I mean. The Iberic Peninsula had, I would say, the capacity to respond to the crisis because the Iberic Peninsula took advantage of the geographical, I would say, isolation. And that was one of the reasons why the Italians said, oh, the Spaniards, they are always more intelligent than us. But energy union means not fragmentation, exactly the opposite, how to be together. So I want just to before ending up, to give you the main topics that are, in my view, at the core of this la quête du Graal, la recherche, how we say it in Spanish, el Santo Graal. But the Santo Graal means how to keep together the principles of freedom of the single market with a new, as Joaquin just said this morning, effective, successful European industrial policy. This is the key point. How to keep together these two big missions. And to do so, I think we have, first of all, to deal with what does it mean, strategic autonomy, and how can we have an effective strategic autonomy. Until now, it's a discussion, it's, I would say, a problem of narrative, of vocabulary, open strategic autonomy or just strategic autonomy, sovereignty, European sovereignty. In Brussels, we are very good in these vocabulary discussions. It's a fantastic place. There's the topic about competition. I refer to my master, my teacher. Joaquin was very good on these topics in the previous panel, but it's clear that there's the need to rethink about competition policies. There's a geostrategic dimension of the single market that is linked first to the trade partnerships of the future of the European Union, of the present and of the future, but also to the enlargement. We didn't mention so much this topic, but enlargement is part of this debate because Ukraine is a big country. Ukraine is a big country. Look at what is happening in Poland. The Polish, they are very much in favor of Ukraine until we discuss about agriculture funds. Because we know very well what does it mean in terms of entry or accession. There's the topic, I mentioned it, of the completion of capital market union, banking union. There's the digital and green transition, how to combine the boosts to the digital and green transition with this single market dimension. There's the big fiscal dimension. I refer to the paper of Mario Draghi in The Economist some days ago. He was absolutely right, pushing fiscal dimension as one of the main topics. Because if I may say, Next Generation EU is a success. Yes, but there's a limit in Next Generation EU, and the limit is that it is to finance national projects, national or subnational projects, not to finance cross-border European projects. It's a big limit. So we have to think a Next Generation 2 in that direction. There's, of course, the social dimension, because we know very well Posted Workers Directive and many other topics are related to the way in which single market consequences on the social dimension, we need to deal with them. And my final point is about education and skills. I dream of a skills single market. I think we have to start thinking about it in the year of skills at European level. And we need to think on how to work on that topic in the moment, in the week in which, without big advertising, the UK announced to be back on all the research funds, funding, university research activities, and so on and so forth. And it was the formalization of our, I think, success on these topics. So my conclusion is that it would be fantastic to work in the next 6 months on these topics. I will be more than happy to find opportunities like the one we had yesterday and this morning. And thank you, Ignacio, thank you to the Spanish presidency for your commitment, your leadership on these topics. And of course, thank you to the Commission and for what the Commission is doing on these topics. I'll do all my best in the name of Jacques Delors. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Enrico. Pues,
Thank you very much, Enrico. Jaume, I was thinking that maybe we can start by talking about what we see looking forward and what we plan to do, and then we can maybe start listening to what the people want to do. So, Soraya, we can start with you. There have some inequities have been mentioned regarding the quality of food, for instance, the Nutella quality has been mentioned in the Eastern and Western countries in Europe, and apparently we have discovered that there are consumers, first-class and second-class consumers, but I am sure that the work that you carry out in your commission goes beyond that, and we are ready to hear what you have to tell us in this regard. Well, Of course, I would like to start by thanking all the organizers for their invitation. It is a real pleasure for me to be able to participate in this panel, in this roundtable with Mr. Leta, Mr. Dutch, and I would like to take up this thing that you have mentioned, of the things that were not there 30 years ago. We need to understand that the single market is a matter of the future, not the past. And one of the things that didn't exist or that we didn't consider 30 years ago was the environment, the need to tackle this project was not so clear. There was a report from the panel on the environmental issues from the United Nations that warned us about what was to come, but the climate emergency is nowadays a reality. Sometimes this is not very well understood to its full extent on the side of the citizens, and obviously we are responsible for this. I think scientists are fulfilling their duties in this respect, and I think there is some confusion about what this entails. And the Green Deal now has been the political agenda of the Commission, and I would like to pinpoint as one of the key elements that we have transformed our economic agenda into we have turned it into the true economic agenda of the Commission. The main goal of turning Europe into the main continent with zero net emissions, carbon emissions, has represented or has entailed a great number of measures that have been tackled with over this period, and they're certainly crucial for the single market. The Green Deal affects all sorts of fields, from the way we produce to where we extract the resources, the energy in order to produce. And throughout this period, I believe that we have become the parliament that has been the most active in the world in terms of the environmental issues. Many acts have been passed in the past 5 years. Not of them have been implemented, but many have already been implemented. This is why the Spanish presidency is key, because there's a general awareness of the fact that if we do not manage to solve certain issues during this presidency, we will encounter many issues to pass certain acts in the coming Belgium presidency. We need to get this started for the coming presidency. All the procedures for passing these acts. This big green package includes things such as the regulation of the European emission market, the introduction of the efforts directive for those industries that are dealing within the emission trade sector, also regarding the building sector for housing. We want to involve all sectors in order for them to be a part of this initiative regarding the taxation of the carbon emissions at border level. Also, when it comes to our trade with other markets from where we import a great amount of resources so that these external markets fulfill the same standards that we have to comply with within the European Union. It also involves the reform of the electrical market. This represents a big effort in terms of the renewable energies. We have increased a great percentage in the use of renewable energies. We are looking for a 40% increase by 2040 and 2030. We need not only to be able to produce more renewable energy, but we also need to be able to improve our electrical connections, which is key in order to sustain a high percentage of renewable energies that are that can back the other sources of energy in case of failure. So, for instance, when there's a lack of wind energy sources, we should be able to interconnect ourselves to other sources of energy. For instance, the hydraulic energy. I always give as an example Denmark, for instance, who are used to having this balance between hydraulic and wind energy sources. We're still far from achieving these at a European level. The goal for 2030 is to achieve a 15% of this interconnectivity so that we can easily be able to export a certain amount of energy from different countries when necessary. But we're still, unfortunately, far from this goal. This, of course, implies that there's a certain confusion when it comes to dealing with such huge challenges. Not all these challenges are well understood. They're not well explained either. So when we talk about reinforcing the single market, reinforcing the common policies, in order to become a zero net emission continent, we need to understand that no single country can achieve this goal on its own. So it is this discussion generates tensions within the European Union. We are seeing that the greater the integration, the more voices we hear claiming or reclaiming the need of national policies. There is a certain fear shared by many European citizens who think or see that our productive system cannot continue as it has been up until now, that we have industrial models that are about to finish, and the new industrial models are full of uncertainty. We are not alone, and our great competitors are also involved in carrying out a green revolution and changing the production paradigm. And in the example that Joaquin gave us this morning about the Chinese electric vehicle, which is the second in sales within our continent. It's a cheap model with a lot of functionalities. And this is a very clear example. When we started dealing with the Green Pact as a political and economic agenda for the European Union during this legislature, they told us that we were going too far, because if our biggest competitors did not adapt their markets and remained in a carbon-based economy producing with lower costs, we could be creating great distortions in the market. However, nobody was staying still. Everyone was making a move in the market, and a clear case of this is China.
China has taken huge leaps in the decarbonization of a highly carbonized economy and a clear emitter of CO2. They're moving fast. They also subsidize heavily and invest heavily in research, development, and innovation. This transformation can only be achieved through the investment in new technologies and research, development, and innovation. In this regard, going back to what Joaquin was saying, it is not about the subsidies, it is about the huge investments in research, development, and innovation aimed at finding technologies that will allow us to have a decarbonized production system. If not, we would be turning the principle of free competition into a competition principle via subsidies. And other large powers can be better at this than ourselves. It is very important to consider that more integration, more union, because the single market is not attractive if we don't have more Europe. And with regard to the sphere of transformation and the fight against climate change, it is better explained and understood by citizens. This is essential. We are far from being efficient in the objectives that we have set. We're not talking about a Europe that doesn't emit. We have to be able to emit what we are capable of absorbing. And with regard to global warming, this goes far beyond the efforts that right now we are undertaking. After summer, people are wondering, what about these large floods, the hottest summer in history, average temperature of the Mediterranean Sea at 28.6 degrees. Greece, in 3 days, same rainfall as in the last 3 years. This is called global warming. We have emitted to the atmosphere during the 200 years, and especially during the last 50 years, millions and millions of tons of CO2 accumulated fossils during millions of years. We know that to emit less will not mean that the planet would stop warming. 25% of the emissions to the atmosphere are going to remain there forever, and more than 15% will need more than 10,000 years to be able to disappear. This is the current situation. For this reason, the responsibility of moving forward more efficiently, in a more collaborative way, is the largest responsibility, in my opinion, nowadays. Science is clear. Politicians, not really that much. There's a huge political irresponsibility, and this movement is going forward. If people don't understand, if people don't know why all of this is happening, confusion, fear, the lack of legitimization of institutions, young people are asking for more action, more bravery, and in the face of this, we are seeing important obstacles. Let me finish my presentation we're playing with the planet. We're using dice. We've had the film Oppenheimer this summer. Einstein was sending a letter. I can't really believe that God is playing with the planet, playing dice with the planet. It seems that now we are doing the same. Climate change is produced by human action. The European Union is giving the right answer. It has an implication in all our policies, and it sets the future of the European Union in the next years, taking into account the geopolitical relationships that exist. And I think I consider that citizens are now asking the right questions. Where are we? What are we going towards? For Enrico, the new inequalities that are generated by energy and digital transitions, losers and winners, reactions, and this is a new dimension that has to be understood. Not only are we talking about existing inequalities, but also the inequalities that we will be creating in the future by defect through innovation and all these transitions that we're mentioning. An important topic, and also with regard to my questions to Jaume in terms of communication, it is very difficult to ask people to celebrate that is they consider to be harmful. Enrico was talking about the single market not being the sexiest object in the world in terms of communication, and Joaquin was also saying Felipe González always shares this anecdote. When they were preparing the referendum to try to stay within NATO, they discovered that if they changed NATO for global alliance, Atlantic alliance, the results was 10 points indifferent, and so nobody can be against the Atlantic, and this can seem similar. If you talk about roaming, if you talk about things that people understand instead of the concept of single market. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for introducing this topic. I'm aware that I am the last speaker of the morning. I'll try not to extend my presentation too much. In January this year, the Parliament decided to organize solemn session in Strasbourg to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the single market. In terms of communication, it was very, very complicated, I must admit. Regarding Enrico's intervention, we have to change the narrative, and what the Minister for Foreign Affairs mentioned this morning, and this report by the Commission, the single market is not a purpose on its own. It is there to be able to improve the well-being of people. And for me, this is essential for the narrative. It is not an end in itself, of course. It is a means, in my opinion, to be able to move forward in European integration. This is probably the most powerful tool, together with the euro, to be able to, of course, improve the well-being of people. It is true that for this second reason, there's an important part of the measures that have been implemented within the framework of the single market have to do with the protection of data, of consumers, of the environment, of technology, but also the many improvements for social matters, education, and of course the mobility of citizens, related to different policies that are very beneficial for younger people. Allow me to remember the humanist part of the internal market has to do with a Spanish contribution when the Treaty of Maastricht was being negotiated. The country that presented a document to be able to add elements related to education, culture, social matters, the media, film programs. All of this is related to an effort undertaken by Spain to give the internal market a sort of closer appearance, more closely related to the interest of citizens. And we talked about this here in Madrid at another meeting, and we realized that the generation that has really experienced the benefits of the internal market is the most Europeist, more European generation compared to other previous generations in Spain. Even in comparison to generations that accessed democracy, etc. So the internal market plays a role that we haven't been capable of visualizing ourselves. But considering that I mentioned youth, now, considering that we are planning the internal market of the next 30 years, we have to consider which priorities and how we're going to be marketing these priorities, making them visible. Two are given, one, the environmental transition, and the other one, the digital transition. Going back to the narrative, I think that in some cases, communications can be made easier just by changing some terms. For instance, I don't really like calling citizens consumers. Of course they consumer, but the policies that protect consumers, at the end of the day, they just protect people. And maybe consumer is a more technical term. And if we talk about citizens, it is a more political term, I would say. Let's talk about citizens to understand the true impact of the single market, those who benefit from the positive impact. We mentioned this morning the 13 million Erasmus students, but this goes beyond being able to study abroad, to get studies recognized, to be in internships, to feel at home. And when you go to another European country, you feel at home. You don't feel as foreigner as you did 20, 30 years ago. Healthcare, life, all of this can even take you to create your own family in these other countries. For me, there's a but here. We have to avoid utilitarianism. The perception that the European Union is only important in terms of specific advantages. This is a limited approach, and it's difficult to market. In 1957, the economic community was not set to eliminate obstacles or to eliminate roaming, or so that one day in the future, 60, 70 years later, the common charger would exist. On the contrary, by eliminating barriers, we can create a community of people. How do we do this? Eliminating these barriers, going back to what the minister was saying. It is not an end in itself, it is a means. And this is what we want to do. We want to create this community so that we can feel protected, we can live in peace. The word peace had lost its meaning, but 2 years ago, with the invasion of Ukraine, peace is once again priority and an important matter. And with the single market, we have progressed towards this peace within this territory where peace is protected. And I think this has to be part of the narrative in the next years, especially taking into account the debate on the enlargement, the internal reform associated to the enlargement. All these topics will be important once again. And I think that when we talk about single market, it is important not to forget about the social aspects that are very important for new, younger generations, people who will be facing a more unstable world with significant technological transformations, difficulties to access housing, difficulties to become independent at the end of the day. And it is true that the European Union is creating laws that have to do with the single market and that try to bring forward solutions to the situation. Digital life, young people have a digital life, but they also have an environmental life, as Soraya was mentioning before. And in these two spheres, the European Union has a lot to say, a lot to explain. And this is why we have this long list of directives, regulations that we're going to be working on. The internal market would require a long-term vision based on the digital transition and the environmental transition. We will have to talk about how the single market can, of course, boost the strategic autonomy, taking into account reindustrialization, going back in policies of delegation to NATO, for instance, to energy independence, taking into account that some partners can be complicated, or the production of basic first need products such as drugs, microchips, or vital elements with regard to our technological development. Fiscal consolidation, integration of rural young people, also working remotely when it comes to living in a different way, and then also healthcare that is essential since the pandemic. In the next 30 years, the single market will have to continue helping us getting closer to citizens so that they feel closer to the European integration. 73% of Europeans said in the last Eurobarometer that they understood that Europe has an impact on their daily lives, and this is the impact that allows them to get interested by what happens in Brussels, in Strasbourg, and also related to the participation in European elections. But we have room for improvement, especially with regard to younger people. In 2014, only 28% of young people under 20 voted. In 2019, that figure increased up to 42%, among other reasons because there were topics such as climate change that encouraged them to participate in elections. Taking into account the European Union is giving visibility to this topic, we will have to see what happens in 9 months' time. There is an important topic and challenge for the Spanish presidency to really live up to the contributions made 30 years ago by Spain in the Maastricht Treaty. It's also a significant challenge for Mr. Enrico Leta, who will be working on this report. We will have to take into account, and listening to his reflections, that we are placing the single market and at its core citizens or people. And of course, in the meantime, we will have to be capable of reverting that narrative. People have to understand that we are building the European Union through this single market if we want to continue living in a world where it is better to live in Europe than in other places. Thank you very much. Okay, so Jesus, we're going to give you the floor. The President of the Commission talked about the achievements of this term, the 40 million jobs, areas of Europe that are in full employment, SMEs that are growing. What would you like to see in the European agenda from the point of view of trade unions, taking into account that the new agenda will be opening in relation to the European elections? Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. You were saying that it is not sexy to talk about the single market. We also remember Jacques Delors' phrase, it's difficult, very difficult to fall in love with the single market. Here you're talking about placing citizens at the center. I agree with Jaume, with the minister. It is not an end in itself. It is a cornerstone. And in some cases, the construction has been based in promoting only this part. Enrico was talking about fatigue. Maybe we can talk about crisis or the limits to the viewpoint of understanding the system or the market. It is true that there is a certain level of prosperity, but this prosperity hasn't reached everyone or all regions. Some prices have gone down in certain places, but that might be associated to more contamination or lower wages for workers. I wanted to make a few comments. You were talking about a change of narrative. I have missed this morning the mention to these. We talked about the successes of the single market. We've had a significant increase of far-right parties and Europhobia. Some successes have also been failures, and this has led us to this situation, as Mr. Leta was saying. Italy, clear defender of Europe, can understand that the biggest rivals are European and the best friends are outside Europe. So maybe we need a change of paradigm, not only of narrative. It's not only the market fostering Europe. People are there and they have to feel the benefits, and they can even, in some cases, act to destroy what has been created. In terms of this narrative, and we have to admit that there are certain indicators from trade unions. We are perceiving that we're going backwards in some spheres. I'm just going to give you 3 examples. On the one hand, public procurement that amounts to approximately 14% of the European Union's GDP. There's a difference in terms of procurement that is sustainable and responsible. also associated to collective bargaining, to be able to apply one of the directives that has been passed recently as minimum wages and reinforcement of collective bargains. It has to be applied at 80%, but we can see that in the indicators of the single market, not more than 80% are being awarded to the lowest price. The emergency instrument for the single market, recently passed, contains elements that states that the Commission is attacking rights, collective rights of workers, such as the right to go on strike. When it is questioned, this right is questioned, this can lead to a crisis, a potential crisis, and if we associate strike with crisis and we forget about collective bargaining, negotiations and joint work, such as being demonstrated here in Spain during previous crisis, well, we are not giving the right example. And then as for industrial policies, they're probably closely related, single market and industrial policies, but we can see that in the US, it is demanded from, according to the IRA, that jobs fulfill certain requirements. We cannot be creating jobs with bad working conditions. There is the right to belong to a trade union, collective bargaining, etc. And there's been no boost to improving some of these situations and measures here in Europe. Negotiation is essential. We cannot leave anyone behind, and we can see that this is a source of Europhobia. In many factories in Germany, there are more and more voters of the far right. So these were a bit the reflections that I wanted to show.
Marisa, yesterday also the President mentioned and celebrated the Istanbul Convention and the directive for the transparency, and also to enable these achievements in terms of the salaries. But I think there is an agenda before us, and there are certain concerns from your side that we are happy to listen to. Well, thank you. Thank you for having us here, first of all. And I also believe that I work in an organization that deals with inequalities and the position of men and women in the sharing of the wealth and the power between men and women. And once that you put on the table the social dimension, I believe that people are not consumers. We are more than that. And it's very difficult to fragment us, despite the fact that very often the debates forces us to use the terms of the rights of the consumers or the rights of the workers. Maybe what we need to consider is that the social dimension has to do with the rights of people. And to the extent that we are considering the building of a single market with with economic partners towards the industrial policies that might be presenting some difficulties in ensuring the rights of women, for instance, I find it hard to understand. So I believe that we need to establish alliances that are geostrategic, that are economic, with countries that are actually putting difficulties when it comes to recognizing the human rights. So from the feminist movement and the European feminist movement, there are certain debates that have been on the table regarding gender violence and also topics such as prostitution, the defense of sexual and reproductive rights, etc. So from that viewpoint, what we call the social dimension of the market, aside of contemplating all these package of rights, we need to ensure that it's not source of discrimination and inequalities for certain communities. It is clear that the opportunities for women in Europe and in Spain are somewhat deficient still. And there are models that we need to pursue. There are certain countries that have already developed such a model. For instance, Spain, with everything regarding rights of women. And still now we see that there is a resistance that come from Europe itself that have a lot to do with certain organs that are presenting these difficulties and these constraints to this moving forward with the rights. So I believe that the debate should focus on the extent to which we can hindrance the advancement in the side of human rights, basing these hindrances on local or national legislations when we're dealing with issues that actually are cross-border issues and that can really represent a problem for women once they cross a certain border. So if we tackle this idea that European wants to combine the political side of things, social side of things, and economic side of things, we need to really establish those common bases that we all have, and we need to understand that this economic progress needs also to improve the life of the workers around Europe. And for all the debates that we have had regarding gender violence, we see that there's certain geostrategic and geopolitical context that makes me wonder to what extent certain positions regarding the protection, the national protection can be related to these inequalities, and if we might be able to focus on the things that we want to defend. I bet on a economic growth model that does not leave anybody behind, that can actually share the wealth among all the citizens, and that is also capable of redistributing the opportunities derived from economic growth, in particular that of women, which is where my field of work, but also with regards of other communities and groups of population that are more vulnerable and that we should take into account looking forward. Fermin, you have the floor. Well, thank you again for your invitation. I am very happy to be heard at the Parliament as a young person who supports the European Union. I'm very happy to be here. We have always felt at home here, and especially to discuss such important things as is the single market. This is a federalist view. We believe that Europe is stronger if it's united. And the single market has also served as the backbone of these European policies. It is as important as any other policy within the European Union. But as Enrico has mentioned earlier, the market has created certain confusions among the citizenship. And I think that we need to focus in the promotion and the education pedagogy on these aspects. Many people on the streets are unaware of what this means. I see it even in my own family. And I would like to focus on other aspects because there are so many things that we have that have been touched on that I could spend hours here with you discussing so many important topics. And I believe that there are so many challenges that we have to face that it's undeniable that you have been doing an extraordinary work in your respective fields. The single market represents equality, it represents digitization, but also it represents sustainable development. And this is why I would like to focus my question on sustainable development and the climate emergency. I have my question written down here, if you allow me. I would like to focus in the goal 55, which is the package of measures that is aimed at updating the legislation within the European Union in order to implement the new initiatives so that we are sure to comply with the new policies, the goals that we have set ourselves for the European Union. This has to do in particular with the emissions regime of the European Union. We see that the exchange of rights regarding these emissions, and we see that the adjustment method that we are using might entail my question is precisely to what extent this is a risk for the European Union, or will it be actually a way to stop certain emission trade? Can it be iniquitous, or can it help us fight the emission level at a world level? Young people born in 2008, where Putin was also already ruling, the youngs who were born that year will grow into a Europe that is seeing war within their borders. We never thought this could happen again in our territory. That is a fact that we need to consider. Sara, the floor is yours. We have talked about the importance of the single market, which is a main pillar for the European integration. But for it to be relevant in the future, it needs to be efficient in the digital area that we live in. For this, we need to see an evolution. And for this evolution to happen, you need youth. Many youngsters in Europe are finding troubles finding their first jobs or employment. This is a challenge for the future of the European Union, and it's actually undermining the trust in the European institutions. We need to establish a healthy and clear communication with the youngsters and combat their disaffection from the side of the young people towards the European institutions. It's very important to hear other young people talking here today, and it's important to highlight also the importance of projects such as Erasmus and the use of the single currency that we're using. These are just some of the benefits that we see coming from the European Union and that we young people are in touch with. Also, the reaction of the European Union towards the aggression on the side of Russia against Ukraine is another proof of the importance of the European Union. But we see still a great mistrust of the institutions. This is why I find it very important that we that we improve the communication with the young people. I defend communication, and I think that knowing firsthand the benefits of being European, of being a European young person and being born in a region of the world where we can enjoy so many freedoms, so many rights, is extremely important. But I feel that the European Union role is greatly misunderstood or unknown, and I would like to know what are your suggestions in order to involve young people in the decision making and when it comes to revitalizing the European Union. And also I would like to deal with the intergenerational gap. We talk about different gaps between men and women, for instance. This is very important, but we tend to forget this intergenerational gap, which is a reality that we are all facing. This has not to do only with age, it also has to do with a misunderstanding and the lack of opportunities. Well, we are a bit late, and we love Enrico and that he's here, but we don't want to keep him here because he misses his flight. So we would like to speed things up. And we have also Mr. Navarro, who is going to be in charge of wrapping up and closing this panel. So I would like our panelists to respond very quickly to some of the questions that they have heard, and so that we can move towards the closing of these sessions. I think that you might want to deal with the intergenerational gap, and also I think, Soraya, that you can answer a couple of the questions that have been asked now. One of the things that I always say when we discuss these topics is that we cannot rely only on the European institutions to hold a narrative. This is what we would call propaganda. We need to occupy the space of the people who should be doing this communication, who should be in charge of this communication. That entails many intermediaries between what's going on in Brussels and what's happening in Brussels, and all the people who might be interested in the decisions made at the European Union level. But we see that there is a greater politicization of the European Union, and this politicization sometimes makes the actors contradict themselves or convey confronting messages, and this affects both policies at a national level and at a European level. This entails with the skepticism that has been mentioned. I think that the important thing now is what we're still not been able to achieve up until now. The European Union is a work in progress, and many people believe that there are certain things that need to be solved at a European level, but we are still not prepared sometimes for dealing with all the topics that the citizenship would like us to give a response to. I will start with the more technical question regarding the changes in the emission regime and the approval of a new mechanism for adjustment of the emissions at a border level. When it comes to the emission market, we have made a reform to the existing regulation. It involves the payment of a certain amount for the emissions that you're generating. So in order to reduce the amount of emissions, our goal goes beyond that. We are more ambitious, and we want these emissions to be reduced within the affected sectors up to 62% by 2030 with regards to the emissions that we saw in 2005. Transport and farming and building and SMEs are not included in this package. There's another mechanism for the adjustment at the border level that states that beyond the outside borders of the European Union, how can we act regarding the delocalization of the production of certain products, that is to say, those things that do not want to be subject to the limitations of emissions that we have within the European Union and go elsewhere to produce. And therefore, they avoid paying the amounts that they would be paying within the European Union. So the same things that we are demanding of the companies that are actually producing within our territory with regards to the emissions that they need to reduce, we need to implement the same mechanism to the external parties that produce outside our borders. These are two mechanisms that need to work hand in hand, that favor also and promote also the European companies to work, to operate in a leveled field game compared to companies that are from outside the European Union. Regarding another topic, I have to agree that when we talk about the single market, which is this goal that we have when it comes to creating this single space for the European citizens, we are facing a problem. There are certain rights that are not only not being moved forward, but that they are actually stagnated. When it comes to the rights of women, this is very clear within the European Union, and this is much related to the advancement of populist regimes and extreme right political parties. The women's rights are sometimes, and it's shameful for us to say this, that there are women within the European Union that are dying in hospitals due to massive infections related to the forbiddance of their abortion rights. This is happening within our territory. In the European Parliament, we have heard families having 3 children that were left to die at a hospital, knowing 2 of them that their fetus were dead. Why do Polish doctors do this? Is this because they are inhuman? Nope. This is because the Polish legislation is so strict and so intrusive that actually puts at risk the freedom of the doctor who guarantees or who ensures a theoretical abortion, and this entails a great risk also for the mothers when you force them to give birth to deceased fetus. This is actually happening in Europe, where we are discussing all these values and all these rights, etc. And it's undeniable that the threat for fundamental human rights, which are actually part of our legacy in Europe, start with women, but they do not stop at that. So we do have a problem right now in the European Union, where we see an internal threat for liberal democracies. I think there are many issues related to communication, to other aspects, but we also have serious problems as we see that the maintenance of a middle class that had good perspectives for their future, both for themselves and for their children, this mechanism has been broken in the recent years. So when people do not have any expectations for themselves, when a woman at 50 loses her job, she doesn't have any expectations for her future. Their hopes are frustrated. When you don't see a future for yourself or for your 30-year-old son or daughter, it makes it very difficult to be able or to feel like you can create any prospects for the future. So we see that all of us who defend democracy have a great challenge ahead of us. We also see that there's a great problem because we are not reaching a great number of youngsters within the European Union. The part that really moves a great number of our youngsters today is the environmental issue. When we talk about sustainability, we are always talking with those who are not sitting at the table. We are having this conversation with those who are not even been born yet, between my generation and the generation of the absentees. In between us both, we have the generation of the young people. So in order to promote Europe, an activistic Europe, we need to rely on the efficiency of the environmental policies. And this has also to do with extreme right views. In the European Parliament, we have to hear every day, at least 3 times, that we, the people who hold the same position as I do and who defend environmental policies, they speak of us as defenders of criminal environmental policies. And this is a reflection of what's going on in Europe at this time. And we do not talk about this. We talk about polarization at a national level when the government in charge has an interest in discussing this. But we do not talk at a European level of what is under and behind these positions that are taking steps further every day within the European Union institutions. I found it impossible to cut you short, so that's all right.
I think we have to listen what Pascual Navarro will say, so I will leave room to him and to thank him very much for what the Spanish presidency is doing. I want just to mention 2 points. One, what Jesus Gallego just said about social dialogue. I think it's one of the most interesting part of the speech of Ursula von der Leyen on the State of the Union was on this part of the social dialogue, mentioning Jacques Delors, Val-Duchesse process 30 years ago, 35 years ago, and I think we have to relaunch it for a very simple reason. The social dialogue fatigue is because we say of the technology, disintermediation problems, but in reality, in my view, we just take it as an excuse to try to overcome and to try to cut the way in which we take decisions. But at the end of the day, the decisions are worse. The way in which we take decisions with a bad social dialogue brings us to have worse decisions. And we have to be very, very proud of the fact that spending time is not on social dialogue, is not wasting time, is gaining momentum, is gaining strength, and in my view, that is one of the main points of the skills or the, I would say, training for the political leaders of the future. We have to know that it's not cutting the time to the social dialogue that is something bringing us profit. It's exactly the opposite. And one just final comment on what Jesus Cordero said about the intergenerational subject and what Sarah said also on that. I have to say that I think that the demographic imbalance of Europe and for the future of Europe is one of the main subjects. And the demographic imbalance is not just a way to say we will have less children in our societies, so we will have a problem for our future. It's also the priorities of today's decisions. Because if we have an electorate that is with an average age that is completely different from the one we had 40 years ago, it is clear that, for instance, the way to cut debt or to avoid to having more debt, the approach will be different. It will be different between a young generation or an older generation. I always say that in my country, when I was born, 900,000 other children were born in the same year. Today, 400,000 children. So I think the problem is huge, and we need radical reactions. I have a radical reaction in mind that is, for instance, giving the 16 the right of vote. In my view, is one of the reactions. I know there are many counter arguments to that, but please tell me other ideas if it doesn't work.
Muchas gracias, Enrico.
Thank you very much, Enrico. We are now going to thank the speakers, the companies' representatives that have attended the session, also those who have followed this via streaming. The session will be recorded and it can be shared. Thank you to the teams from the Commission, from the Parliament, interpreters, technicians. Thank you for your support. And without further ado, I would like to give give the floor to the Secretary of State for the European Union, Mr. Navarro. Thank you very much, Nacho. Just 1 minute to make some closing remarks. It is always nice to have a formal conclusion, not only because of the recording, but it, gives it more importance from the point of view of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. I'm not going to go into the details of what has been said. The Minister this morning mentioned the main reflections in the framework of the Spanish presidency regarding the single market. I just wanted to make two main comments. On the one hand, with my collaborators, thank you for your effort, Alejandro, Ricardo, Marcos, María. Thank you for your hard work to prepare this seminar. It's been extremely interesting to see how the internal market allows us to speak about almost anything, and with reason, because it is the foundation for movement, free movement, policies, and then we can start talking about accompanying policies, etc. But going to the core, for those of us here in Spain who work with the single market, it is the core of the European Union. Without this core, there is no European Union. This is clear. The Union is the market. It is much more than just the free movement of goods. We've got the 4 fundamental rights and the policies. And I've seen that some of you have insisted, or the Commission services have insisted on the fulfillment of the internal market. Those who are responsible for this market, such as Joaquin, have talked about competition and the 4 freedoms. How do we perfect, complete, improve the internal market? Some have mentioned this. The Commission's president has mentioned this too. It has to do with the competitiveness of economy. She hasn't mentioned the internal market in her presentation, but this is the debate that is being held right now at the European Council and the Council. Competitiveness. Going back to also what Enrico was saying, we have to debate on the foundations of the internal market, and also we have to debate on the competitiveness. These will be the 2 pillars of his report. An improvement of the internal market, and also how to face the challenge of competitiveness. And also this morning in different interventions, different presentations, you have focused on citizens. Laura has mentioned consumers, others citizens, young people, how young people are involved and participate in the internal market. This seminar, thanks to Nacho's support, the CCCR, this was the aim, a reflection by Spain on the internal market, to give you the opportunity to listen to what we have to say on this matter from Spain. This is our contribution. I know that you're going to be hearing many other stakeholders. We will see each other again shortly. We will listen to your presentation at the Competitiveness Council. Thank you very much for accepting also on behalf of the future Belgian presidency and the current Spanish presidency the drafting of this report. Spain has always backed the internal market, and I really feel the pain when others say that it's been the Commission and the UK. No, we were there. We were in the periphery, but we've always backed this project. And also, since the UK accessed, we have fully backed this project. So thank you very much. We hope your report will come out. We're eager to read it. And not only do we need reflection, we also need action. We need specific proposals. Some reports just bring forward more reflections, but I think right now we need to focus on actions. More activities have been organized, the industry days, SMEs, different events in Bilbao, in Malaga, the councils. Thank you very much again for coming here. Thank you, Ignacio, for the organization. Thank you to the attendees and participants. And thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Pues creo que ahora podemos promocionar algunos productos españoles arriba.
I think we can now promote a few Spanish products upstairs.
Sorry, no, please. Please go. Please go with the president.
Mr. President, on behalf of the State Secretary of the EU,
Thank you very much.
for your participation. Thank you.
You haven't gone through the so I'm working closely with the studies with my team.
Lo que decía Joaquín, dice, espérate tú, antes de que hagan el informe de lo de los coches chinos, a ver, ya, no, estamos hablando de que